Check, check, check. Hey, everybody. A little bit late in today. It's alright though. I'm a bit knackered today. Didn't sleep very well, so we'll see how this goes. What are we doing today? So, finishing up combat. The last thing I need to do for this combat prototype is when I attack, the stamina goes down. It needs to charge back up at some point. So that's really what I've got to do. We'll see how it goes. I just updated Visual Studio. We'll see how that goes as well. Right. So what I thought we'd do to actually do this kind of properly is have a way to tick these attributes within the attribute controller, like individual attributes from outside the attribute controller. It would essentially be like HP ticker or something. Something like, so say we'll just do stamina, right? Because that's the one we're going to work on. So it's something like struct default stamina ticker. Like that. And it just does void operator. And we probably just want to pass in the attribute controller. Like that. This needs to be forward declared if we're going to do that. And then we could customize, we could write customized tickers, you know. If we wanted someone's attribute controller, another attribute controllers have a different kind of stamina ticker, then we'd write one and we'd set it. So we need a place to put these, and it's probably going to be something like struct attribute ticker, and then attribute type, and then we'll just probably have a hybrid lambda or something. We'll just say 64 for now. And the func is a void attribute controller reference. And that's just on tick. Right, let's just check that builds. That's fine. So we want basically an attribute ticker for every attribute. So we're just going to go put it here. Enum array attribute ticker. The attribute type tickers. Check we can do that. Okay. So this isn't really a default stamina ticker. This would be like a recharge stamina ticker. By default, they don't have tickers. So what we would want is we would want void set attribute ticker. Attribute type. And I suppose it would be a template class ticker. Or we could actually set it by, we could actually define what this is. We'll define what this is. Ticker lambda. Oh. Something like that. And we can actually pass one of these in. Where were we? So we don't actually have to do it like with a template. Call it callback, couldn't we? Might be a little bit better. Then it's just a hybrid lambda with 64 bytes in it now. We're gonna go. This doesn't necessarily. So what this means is that if any of these tickers are over 64 bytes in size, we'll do a dynamic allocation. Now we don't actually need to, I don't think, do any dynamic allocations. I built something where we could get this size based on a bunch of different structures, but we're going to do that after. I'm going to go a full pass and try and reduce these dynamic memory allocations. I'm going to actually make a note. Of what we actually want. So we've got what we actually want to do. All controller types in a list. So I'll probably put it in here. So we've got something in here called eliminate dynamic regression, game events, etc. So I'm going to put hybrid storage. And hybrid lambda. They're the really two ones that I want to work on for eliminating the dynamic memory allocations. Just so I'll remember hybrid storage, but I might not remember to do hybrid lambda. Oh, we've done these as well. That's good. We're putting in another one actually because we're working on rechargeable stamina. We're working on that now because that's kind of built in with the combat system. So if we can't really call the combat system complete until we can recharge stamina, I don't think. All right. So now we can add one of these callbacks. So all we're going to do here is just go tickers type equals standard move ticker. We'll move it in like that. I wonder actually if we should make this straight up a right hand side. We'll change it if we ever need it to be a left hand side. I doubt we will though. Okay, cool. This just needs in there like that. Interesting. Does not evaluate to a function taking 1. Let's have a look at what the problem is there then. Where's the problem window? Seems to have gone. The problem window, unfortunately. Might say this is actually kind of the window layer that I want. My office one. Did that save it? I think it did. Except I want the problem window. How do I... Where is that? Root Dragon, hey, how's it going? New Visual Studio. No, this is Visual Studio. I've always used dark mode since it came out. I've updated it. I updated it this morning, so it might look a little bit different. I can't notice anything, but maybe it does. I'm just trying to find the problem window. Some new things. Okay, yeah. Let us know. Hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, it was good. It was full on. Did a lot. 3 birthday parties on Sunday for my daughter's friends. But it was good. Yeah. Summer seems to be party time for young kids. Every weekend there's a party. Someone's birthday or other. Okay. Actually, let's just do it here. You can replace the default allocators, Malak, new, delete, and free. Mim Malak. Alright, okay. I knew you could do it with delete. New and delete. Malak and free, really? Where are we? That's faster allocation with simmed acceleration on allocation. Flipping heck. Yeah, nice one. I've not heard of MI. Attribute ticket, callback. Might be some kind of compile bugs. So I've just updated Visual Studio. It does update the libraries in the background. Alright, that seems to be fine now. It's because I put a default constructor in there. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check them both out. My string stuff in this engine's really straightforward, so I don't have any real optimization stuff for strings. I have written an allocator though, with all that stuff in that you were saying before. It has like a buffer overflow check and what were you saying? It doesn't use SIMD, but it does have the security stuff. Memory leaks, double freeze, buffer overloads. Memory leaks doesn't track memory leaks. Definitely double freeze, buffer overload, buffer overflows and stuff. It does track that. Yeah, definitely. Strings is a thing. Strings can be a performance problem depending on the application. There's a lot of allocation that goes on with strings and copying and things. That seems to be working now. So let's try and send through the callback rather than template it. Every string copy, yeah. Potentially, definitely for strings over. I think, see, standard string does a little bit of optimization with very small strings. So it's not a dynamic memory allocation. But everything else it is. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Okay, so this is actually working now, finally. Yeah. Which is clever. You can do other things like I've heard of string interning before, which is another good optimization technique for strings, where you actually keep track of the string as a hash, and then if you create a new string that's the same, you just set the pointer. So you can create a hash table of all the strings. You can just set a pointer to the one in the hash table rather than trying to allocate new memory. That's called string interning. Which is very fast because obviously no or minimal memory allocation. You know, if your application suits that type of thing. I've written one before actually. Yeah, let's have a look. We'll find it. Just open up another Visual Studio. I've written one in here, I think. It might not be very good because I probably wrote this a long time ago. I probably wrote this 10 years ago. Let's have a look. I think it was called Istra or something. Interned string. Find. All right. So this is it. Get Istra. So you pass in your. That's just a, you know, a car array, a car pointing to a string basically. And then it calls get Istra, which hashes the string and puts it in a hash map. Ensure it's in a hash map. And then if you want to get the string back out again, this will only put it in the hash map if it's not in there already. Otherwise it will just return a pointer to that string. So you basically just save the strings as you go. And then if you want to have a new instance of a string, you just look in the map first rather than allocating a new string. Can be useful if you've got lots of duplicate strings or everywhere. Yeah. So it could be useful in a dialogue system where all your strings are kind of like known. You just allocate them once, and then if you want a reference to that, you just get a reference from the table rather than having to allocate a brand new string. Stringzilla, I'll check it out, yeah. Stringzilla. A lot faster, innit? So that's probably being done by a hash table, probably. That's why they probably are interning them to get that speed. Like what I was doing before, like in that other project. Random string from given alphabet, 20 bytes long. Yeah, nice. No copies, just a view. So it takes into account that this has been pre-allocated by the compiler as well, which is a good optimization. I do that sometimes. I have something called a name. So you do something like VM name, hello, and it uses the fact that this is a literal. So this has been pre-allocated by, it's in the data segment of the exe, and it's just pointed to it, so there's no allocation. And that means that you can mess about with it as if it's just a pointer. It does a bit more as well. It does like some hashing and stuff for comparison, speed that up. But yeah, it's a good way of doing it. That's what they're saying, no copies, just a view. That's why they can do that, because they're just saying that's a literal. This is obviously a different, this looks like it's Python, maybe. Alright, cool. Yeah. So it does the small string optimization as well. That's what the standard does, to do like a union between the string and then just use the space just as a buffer instead. Seems like a cool library. Yeah. Literals. You mean like the conversions? These things. That's nice. That's something that I haven't done with strings because I don't convert between them as much. The only one I have on a string is you can go hello, and then you can go U64, and that's actually a number rather than a string. And that's compile time. So that's how we do a compile time hash of a string, or one of the ways you could do it in the engine. And I do that for mostly for the text localization. So if you've got known text, like menu text, this thing's called strings en. So it just does key value pairs, and this is like a hash table. Well, it's not a hash table. Well, it's kind of a hash table. So it maps the string to the string, and you can just look for the string based on a key. Yeah, so you do. So the way you would work it is you would go. Hello lock like that. So this is hello, the string hello localized. What I mean by localized is depending on what language the game is running in, English or Spanish or French or whatever, it will look in the table for the U64 version of hello, and then depending on which language it's set at, it will look in the English table or the Spanish table. So this is the English table. I don't have hello, but yes, it would return yes if it was yes. So say like I was doing yes instead. If this game was set to English, it would return yes. And then I have one called strings ESP, which is it would return C. So you can basically give it some text and then localize it. So that's how I do a lot of like the menu stuff. So like the pause menu, pause save game, but localized. So this would say like save game in English, but in Spanish it would be the Spanish equivalent to save game. Or you could just add basically a Russian version or any language you wanted to support. I've only got two because it was just the system's just a prototype really. Eventually when I come down to doing proper localization, I can add more languages in, create more of these files. They should have all of the known strings, all of the compile time known strings in them. For localization, yeah. It's cool. It's kind of a nice API. I think it's only you have to do the underscore lock at the end of it. Or if you don't have an actual literal, there's another there's lock str. So if you don't have the literal, you just have a string variable, and that would localize it in the same way. Yeah. Stack trace. Oh yeah. Yeah, nice. I just rely on Visual Studio's stack trace. I tend to. But yeah, if you're doing compiling from the command line, if you're doing running from the command line, it would be nice for it to print a stack trace if it crashes. Whereas, because I'm always running it in the debugger, it just always has the stack trace there, down here. But yeah, like, that's some nice. Mimalik, yeah, I'll have a look at that. Heaps tend to be a lot more complicated than strings. I'll show you my heap as well. Unused memory is decommitted. Now, I don't think that's garbage collection. Decommit's a different thing. That's where you so you ask for memory off Windows, like a gigabyte, but you only commit bits of it as you go. But if you wanted to, so say you only used actually like 100 megabytes and you'd allocated a gigabyte, you could probably just decommit the rest of it, which means Windows can take it back. I think Windows will take it back eventually anyway if you don't use it. Usually with something like an engine, you would pre-allocate a lot of memory up front, and then you'd divide it out. Whoever wanted memory, rather than call malloc all the time, because that's obviously ultimately a system's call into the operating system. Yeah. On application quit, or if your application's like just not used it, it can take it back. So it's not committed it, basically. There's a difference between, so you have to commit the memory, which says like, I'm definitely going to use this, or you can just reserve some memory. So usually you reserve some memory and then you commit as you go. The security feature. I don't really want to look at that. There we go. No, that's not it. Secure mode, you mean? Yeah. Yeah, so surrounded by guard pages. Guard pages, buffer overflow. Yeah, so I do that. That's exactly the way I actually handle it in my heap as well. Put guards around each. I put actually guards around every single memory allocation. All three list pointers are encoded with per page keys. So that prevents it That's so when you've freed it and you try and use it again, it'll recognize it. Do I do that? Maybe. Detect heat corruptions. Yeah, that's what I've got some stuff. That's what the guard pages can do as well. Can detect heat corruption. So whenever my engine gets a heat corruption, it actually asserts it's a heat corruption. It doesn't just crash with undefined behavior. Which is great because there's often things you've done wrong which leads to heat corruption. And if you can assert the corruption, then you can actually stop almost where the corruption happened. Almost. Not quite. It's not quite as straightforward as that, but almost where it happened. You can stop when the corrupted memory was tried to get freed or used. Double freezer detecting and ignored. Yeah, cool. Double freezing my engine are in assert, I think. If you double free, it'll crash. With an assert. Check it out, yeah. Where is it, sorry? Check it out, the games use it at the bottom. It's alright. Should show the Death Stranding logo. Alright. Yeah, so the Death Stranding engine is actually... Is it like the Guerrilla engine? It's one of Sony's first party engines that they use. Not Death Stranding 2. I'm not sure about Death Stranding 2. Decima engine. Using Horizon Zero Dawn, that same engine. So this is obviously like Guerrilla's owned by Sony, isn't it? I think. Is it? Well, it's split. Oh, PlayStation Studios anyway. So it's an internal engine, yeah. So maybe they use it. The Decima engine uses it. It should be a lot of games because it'll be like Horizon and stuff as well. Usage. And Unreal Engine, yeah. And that one, whatever that one is. Spades. It's interesting they've put Death Stranding rather than Guerrilla. Maybe they wrote their own actual allocator and they didn't use the one that came with the Decima engine. Cool. Nice one. Thanks for letting me know about that. Yeah, so my heap has a lot of like these checks. So it will check free lists and stuff like it was saying before. Checks the validity of free lists. And it does these block hashing, which is the guard pages stuff. So every allocation gets guards at both ends of it. And then what you can do is if you write off the end of your allocation into a guard, you can detect that. Or if someone else writes into your allocation, so from this side, so say the actual page here writes off the end into your guard, you can detect that, and that's a really good way of detecting heat corruption. So I will always get like I get crashes here and this debug check block thing. And it's working really well because I've had several heap corruption bugs and they've always been caught here. I've never had anything that just basically goes off and starts crashing in random places. Because of course, if you do a heap corruption bugs can be really difficult because you can corrupt the heap by a little bit in some area of memory that's not actually used very often. It might be used like once every half an hour by the code base. So that means that the crash will happen half an hour later. Do you know what I mean? If you corrupt the heap in that particular place. And there's like, that'd be ridiculously difficult to reproduce and debug. So you really need these checks. All right, cool. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Yeah, you don't know where they happen, you don't know when. Depends on how the memory is used. Because the heap, you could write off the end of your allocation into someone else's allocation, and that other allocation's not looked at very much. It's just held in memory occasionally. It's held in memory to be used occasionally, and then the next time you use it, you'll get undefined behavior because it won't be the values that you expect because it's been written into. I think regular, new, and delete do it as well. I think, if I'm correct, you will get a crash if you try and write to the end of the over the end of your. You should try it. You should set up a little test project and try it. The crash might not happen until you try and free it though. To get them to crash exactly on corruption, you need like some kind of sanitizer tool, which Microsoft does write one, I believe, which can actually listen for memory addresses being written to in certain contexts. And then Visual Studio has a very nice feature. I'll just run this and pause it somewhere. As a way you can look at the actual memory. An address sanitizer, yeah. I think that's what it's called. There is a talk, Microsoft did do a YouTube presentation about theirs. And that can actually monitor I believe it can monitor actual memory being written to in real time and tell that it's you can't write to it essentially, I think. Yeah, cool, yeah. Alright. Oh, we got a crash there anyway. But you can look at the memory. You can look at actual... Doesn't appear to be working. Let's just press F10. Tools, window, memory. There we go. So you can look at memory on any address in your address space, and you can actually put breakpoints on them, I think. I'm pretty sure you can. I haven't used it for ages. So you can like put memory breakpoints on specific memory addresses being changed. Have to work out how to do that. I've definitely done that before though. Is my engine showing flaws today? Well, maybe. That crash had something to do with what I've just written though. So we'll see. Create attribute controller. This is when it's trying to move an empty lambda across. Oh yeah, that's great. Hey, my engine's definitely got problems. I'm just going to solve them as I go. It's one of the things that I want to do is be able to instance NPCs, and there's nothing actually in the engine for that yet, and that's a big problem with it. I want to be able to have more than one enemy, spidey enemy on the screen at once. So the attack attributes, where are we looking? The tickers. We had a problem trying to copy all these tickers over. Because it's empty. I haven't used these lambdas in a while. Let's have a quick look and put a breakpoint there. There's so much. Let's not put it there. I might be on go slow today because I'm absolutely knackered. It's when it wants to. Okay, so it's in create attribute controller. Had a nap earlier today. Oh, nice one. Yeah, I didn't sleep very well. It's quite hot here in the UK. Are you in the UK? Can't remember if you said. I didn't sleep very well. Okay, so it's when I want us to do another attribute controller. This might be a proper bug with the dynamic lambda, with the hybrid lambda. So it's when we want to move so other is empty, right? Other is dynamic. So iWrapper is null here. So we want to basically say else if other. We have an is set. Is that a thing? Neighbours making noise. Oh yeah, I've been there. That's rough, innit? Unfortunately, I think we are the neighbours that make the noise now because our daughter is very noisy. So it's This might also be a crash. Yeah. The woman that lives next door to us is like in her 80s and deaf anyway, so it's fine. It's the people that gonna move in after her that might have a problem. I don't think we need to check it there, you know. Actually, we need to check it. If there's not an eye wrapper, we can't even do this, I don't think. Yeah, it's lucky, yeah. And she's alright at night as well. She's not noisy at night. It's just in the middle of the day. Run up and down stairs 10 times. Yeah, deep into the right. Yeah, it's great. I love finding these cool libraries. Good to download them and test them out and look into them and see how they work and stuff. It is good. I should do a lot of that. I don't know if an empty. I don't really. So empty. Don't necessarily know. Empty means that it's not struct as null. So empty must mean that I can access the eye wrapper and check it's there. There's no eye wrapper basically because it's this lambda's never been set before. I don't really use these lambdas much. I just thought I'd use one for a change, you know. It's this hybrid lambda here that I've just written this. So the idea is I want to create, like, override the tickers for attributes. So you can tick them up or down, override them. Huge on lambdas. I do use lambdas, like a C++ lambda. These hybrid lambdas I don't use very much. They're not quite the same as the C++ lambdas. It's just right. Let's just see if I can actually access this. So it's in get space. That's fine. So there's no eye wrapper, so we can't do it. Is that basically a infinite? Oh no, it's one for each of the. It's either infinite loop in that, or it's one for each of the attributes. One for each of the attributes. Okay, that works. That sorted that crash out. Let's just check the attribute controller is not junk. So I'm making a ticker. I'm making it so you can. So this is one ticker per attribute: HP, EXP, AP, and they're all just lambdas. So you could be able to set a class inside the ticker that will tick. If it's there anyway, it'll tick. So if I just wanted to tick, so the idea is that the stamina, I want to be able to recharge it over time in some circumstances. So when you attack with the character, your stamina goes down and then it will recharge over time. So I'm just doing a general version of that. So you might want to mess with any of these status effects or whatever. Am I using standard function? No, I'm not using standard function. It's similar to standard function. It can store a lambda like standard function can. Yeah. But it's... anyway, that's running now. That's fine. It's... so it can store a lambda like standard function can. But you put this buffer size in. So this is an in standard function. You put a buffer size in and that creates a buffer in there that's not dynamically allocated. It's just like a buffer right there. And it will try and store the lambda in there if it can. So it doesn't have to dynamically allocate, store the lambda. If it can, it does do a dynamic allocation. That's why it's called hybrid. If you want to like force it to compile error, you could use a thing called a normal lambda, which means that if this lambda can't fit in 64 bytes, it'll be a compile error. I have another one called dynamic lambda, which doesn't take that, which is basically standard function. So that does the dynamic memory allocation. So I tend to use hybrid because what I can actually do here is I can make this number depend on something else. So what was I working on yesterday? What was I working on yesterday that was doing this? I had to do this. There it is. So what I can do, so this is a hybrid storage that instead of 64 in this, so hybrid storage is like hybrid lambda, but it's not a lambda as in it doesn't have the callback. It's just I could do this with the lambda as well though. This is just storage rather than actually a callback. So I can make this depend on a tuple So this gets the maximum element size in a tuple, which is the game event types tuple. Which is this tuple here, this massive tuple with all the game events in it. Which means that whenever I want to store a game event, it's hybrid storage in this case, but it's the same as hybrid lambda. It's never a memory allocation, never a dynamic memory allocation. It will create the buffer, and it makes sure it can fit all of these in because it picks the maximum size. So that's how I do stuff like, so this is like standard any kind of, this hybrid storage is like standard any. So you can fit anything in it, you can put anything in it, but it makes sure it's always doing something like this, make sure it's always a stack allocation, never a dynamic allocation. But this is APIs unfinished. I'm going to do some work next after this combat stuff on this. I'm going to create a new type where you just pass the tuple as an argument, and it will make sure that it creates storage that could fit everything in that tuple. Or it only expects one thing from that tuple, but everything that's in the tuple you could put in there and it'd never be a dynamic memory allocation. So this is unfinished API. That's why there's like plus of size void there, void pointer there. Like the finished API would be like hybrid storage, and then you just pass the actual tuple type, and that'll be it. And it'll make sure that the tuple, anything in the tuple will be able to go there. And you could do the same for lambda. I could put that max size of anything in a tuple in there if I wanted to. It's just a bit of it's just like You know, the heap allocator is pretty fast, so I don't know how much really of a speed optimization is, but it stops memory fragmentation. That's my main concern. And that's why I'm going to work on it, because on the game state types, game event types even, all these are like pretty small objects in memory, and some of them might need to get dynamically allocated. Not all of them. Some of them might. And I don't really want to dynamically allocate small objects, you know what I mean? I'd rather just make sure it was all just for memory memory fragmentation problems. Just try and keep the dynamic stuff to big allocations if I can. All right. GCC Poisson. Is that Poisson? As in the statistics stuff. Nice. As in a distribution. Poisson. I've heard of Poisson distribution before. Poison. Poison. That might not be how you spell Poisson. I was just guessing. Poison. Alright, GCC Poison. Oh, that's pretty nice. So you have to actually, it forces you to recognize that it's unsafe. This would be a very good learning resource, wouldn't it? To teach you about, like what I would say in a proper code base. You should probably wrap Strucat yourself and make sure that it doesn't ever cause problems. Or you could just use this library, I suppose. But then if you're learning, this would be good because it would teach you which ones, the potential pitfalls of doing things like Strucat. Yeah, bad implementations. Yeah. As long as, obviously, if a third-party library did it, you wouldn't even be able to use it, would you? Yeah. What I tend to do is just wrap it all. VM Strucat like that. And then this uses the safe Microsoft version, which will actually assert if there's a problem. U_S is like the Microsoft's implementation of Strucat, but it takes an actual it does this version where you're explicitly passing the size of the buffer that you're writing into, and then you can make sure that you never write over it. It's not just a pointer, it's a pointer and a size, which is a safe version. You know how big this buffer is. This is like compile time generated. Okay. So, where would be the best place to put one of these tickers? So we do something like hero state on spawn and we give it a battery. Do we give it a battery? So we create an attribute controller there and we set the HP. We don't give it a battery though. Let's just see when the battery gets... So the battery is the stamina. I've called them batteries because it was a robot thing event originally. Add battery. Let's just run that and then we'll see. Get modern technology out of C++. You mean like more safer ways of doing things? Is that what you mean? Like strucat is strictly C. So I think if you're using C++, you would use the C++ implementation, which is probably, I'm not sure what it is. More performant. Oh yeah, modernized, yeah. Yeah, I like that. I like trying to look for more performant ways of doing things as well. Technically, I suppose, if you know all your data up front, you could make everything compile time. If you know all of the data. I watched a talk by someone who gave a slideshow, and he'd written the slideshow in C++, and because he had all the slides up front, the slideshow was entirely compile time, like the application that he'd written. So there was no there was nothing dynamic at all. Everything was compiled, apart from probably listening for a button press to go to the next slide. Safer is boring and slow. I think the real skill is trying to write something that's safe and fast. Like, yeah, it is possible. Using these compile time metaprogramming techniques. Unfortunately, they're complicated. That's the problem. So the safe, the fast to run, slow to implement, probably because they're so complicated. Visually. Stable and fast, yeah. Alright. So launching controller actually adds a battery anyway. We'll just do it on my spawn. So we do ac.set attribute ticker stamina. What did we call this attribute ticker? The recharge stamina ticker. See if that builds even. Yeah, so basically now this API just allows me to author some of like tickers that will do anything. And you can set them as attribute tickers. And then we just need to get them to tick once a frame. So, right then. Which means we can just monitor the stamina and move it up over time. Or we might want to do the Halo thing where you're like, stamina drops to nothing and waits for a bit and then recharges quickly. Well, that's their health, isn't it, that does that? But the stamina. Could do, you know, could have different versions of this. So we just do, let's put a breakpoint there. And we'll just try and get this to tick now. So this, we can tick the attribute controller itself. And we are ticking the attributes. So we tick the range. I think what we want to do is we want to go if auto tickers type, what is it? Attribute type no auto there. On tick. And we'll just tick it. Pass in this controller. Never looked into Rust really. I've followed JAI a lot because I like Jonathan Blow, I like his games. He seems to be doing good stuff with that. I've gotten quite nice and used to C++'s mental metaprogramming now though. I quite like it. I'd probably miss it if I moved away from it now. Okay, let's see if this actually ticks then. Yeah. Would miss a lot. Unless you can do the equivalents in these other languages. So the ticker, we should have one ticker set. Maybe. Not there. One ticker set here. There we go. The stamina size is... The stamina ticker is set with a lambda. 80 bytes, dynamically allocated 0. So let's see if we can tick that. EXP. AP. Strength. Stamina. Let me run through all this stuff. There we go. So now we're ticking the stamina controller. So this is where we just want to actually increase the stamina over time, which means increasing the battery, I think, at the current battery. Was use a scripting engine. And do I know why scripting engines are good? Well, so scripting engines are good for letting the game run in the background and then just updating the scripts and just constantly seeing the updates happen in real time, which is nice. Could be nice. Would I use one? Probably not these days. I'd probably build more of a visual scripting thing like Blueprints instead. You know, I've integrated stuff like Lua and Python into C++ before, which is nice little project. But I haven't done it this time, only because I've got the editor, and I could just do something more visual in the editor instead. You know, I've written engines in the past where if you've had that immediate update thing, I've not found it that useful, to be honest. It's a cool feature, not found it that useful. Would I use Lua? I wouldn't use Lua, no. Not me personally. If I had coders with me who weren't very comfortable with C++, it would make sense to use Lua. Sure. If it's just me working on something, or Python, yeah, same with Python. I wouldn't use a scripting language. I'd just do it all in C++, because it's just me. If it was different, if I had multiple programmers and then they wanted something that was not C++ because C++ can be a headache, then Lua would be good, or Python. Or C#, you know, I could do C# as well. I'd probably pick C# over anything. I have written engines that have C# hooks, not for scripting. So I have written engines that have the editor's done in C# and the game's done in C++, and they do have to interop. So I've written interop layers. I would probably do something like C#, like the Unity path. It depends on your comfortableness with coding. If you're very comfortable with C++, just do it all in C++. If you want this fast update, so you just change something in the code and it immediately appears on the screen, you can do that in C++ as well. You don't actually have to have it's like a C# scripting engine. Yeah, so exactly like Unity. That's what Unity does, isn't it? It has C# for scripting. But the actual engine's written in C and C++. Like the core of it. But what I would probably do, really, is make a blueprint system instead. That's probably if I had to be programming and didn't want to use C++, C#, but what I'd really do is like a blueprint system. Monogame, yeah. And I don't know if it's still true, but you used to be able to write in JavaScript. You used to be able to script in JavaScript with Unity. I don't know if you still can, but you used to be able to. The benefit if you made a script engine, the benefit is you can give the engine to people who aren't very good at programming, like a designer, for instance, and they can probably cobble together enough knowledge to do something like Lua. And then you can run Lua in a safe environment for them. They're never going to crash the game or the editor by typing in Lua. And the other benefit is instant update. So the scripting runs on top of the game, and the game is running all the time. So the game can just constantly be reading. The script can be constantly be calling into the game. The game could be constantly be reading the memory of the script to give real-time feedback. So you'd never have to close the game to update it. That's the real reason why people use it. Should the client executable be reading from script files? That is one way to do it. That is what lots of games do, yeah. It's really good for modding. You could make all your scripts open source, and you build an engine which just takes in scripts and works on them. So then obviously if you want someone to mod the game, or you want to allow people to mod the game, they do it in the script. So that'd be nice. That's another good use of scripts as well. Modding, mod support. You know, if you're fine with them crashing, they might find a way to crash the game, but that's kind of all the fun, isn't it? If they find a way to crash the game, then they're fine. If I didn't want to allow modding, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't use a scripting, any kind of scripting, me personally. And if I needed something higher level, like the behavior trees I was working on, I'd do it in the editor as a visual thing instead. You know, you can very easily make a more visual scripting system, like blueprints, if that's what you wanted to do. Like, so these trees, you could just code all this, but because the trees and they get massive, it's very hard keeping your head on what's going on. So I did a visual aid. I made this editor for the trees. So I'd always do something like that instead. If I wanted custom quest logic and I didn't want to code it, I would do it in the editor. Like, you can author quests in the editor. I mean, it's not a very big quest, but this could be a big tree, you know. And I'd rather do it this way, I think, rather than actually coding it in. And these just all call out to the engine. So you can mix coding. So like these actions here, run these actions called behavior action NPC attack PC, which is a class in the engine. So these just call into the engine like a script would, but it's visual. And then, you know, like if you did want modding, I could ship the editor with the game, and then they could author new behaviors themselves if they wanted to, or modify existing ones. So you can see these firing because they're actually running the behavior of this guy, and he's using this tree to actually do stuff. If I get him angry, start attacking me, you can see he's like firing these nodes, the attack node. Let's see, you want to add a new item or NPC. Now you need to recompile the exe every time, which is not fun. Well, I'm recompiling the exe all the time as I'm adding code in, so it's no different really from what I'm doing at the moment. As long as you keep the compile time speed low, then it's totally fine. Like, because I'm always adding stuff in, compiling it, testing it. So if I want to add a new item into the game, it would only take like 10 seconds to put a new item into the game. If you got a ship on Steam, everyone needs a new exe file. Yeah. If I wanted to put new items into the game, everyone would need a new exe file for one new PC. Yeah, one new NPC. Yeah, that's right. But it should be seamless. Like, the update should just happen in the background, shouldn't it? Like, Steam will just update the app and it'll be fine. Well, I don't see the difference between a new exe or a new copy of a data file. It's just a single file. It would have to compile, it would have to download a new copy of the data file. And it would probably have to, if that NPC ever got used in the game for anything, code-wise, like story, or it would still have to re-download the exe for that, even just for adding in you have to download Summit. You know, imagine this scenario, like you add in a new NPC and it affects 50 data files. Because, you know, you might have an NPC You might want to put all their combat stats in, all their behaviors. It might have multiple data files. Then you've still got to download 50 data files for one NPC, or it might affect 50 scripts. Billions, yeah, downloading for a small change. You don't want to do that. I think if you were going to design for an MMO style game, you would have dynamic updating, wouldn't you? Where the game exe doesn't actually need to be updated, or it tries to minimize it needs to be updated, but it can receive messages from the server and update itself. That's probably a nice way to do it. You can't get away from the fact if you update the game, whether it's just data files or script files or exe files, some has to get downloaded. Yeah. You know, if this was going to be an MMO, it'd be entirely... or if it was going to be heavily moddable, I would have taken an entirely different design approach. Like if I wanted people to actually implement their own gameplay, scripting, or at least the editor that could do a visual scripting thing, would be a good way to go. Yeah, and it depends how big your exe is as well. It might not be that big. You know, like some games split their games up into multiple DLLs, and then you just download the latest, change the changes to the DLL. The changed DLL. So you can split it up into little packets. If the file is 100k and the Excel file is 7 meg, yeah. And you're going to be constantly adding new NPCs or whatever, I think it would be very, very hard to write a dynamic game where you could add an NPC just with data and no logic. That would be very hard. Could do it though. And you'd need some kind of scripting for sure. Yeah. But then if you're doing all your gameplay ticks with scripts as well, that can have performance problems. Got to weigh it up. Depends on your type of game. One of the things that why Blueprints is attractive is because you get to kind of digest that blueprint however you want and really try and speed it up. Make some kind of tokenized like data packet which runs the script as tokens, make it and optimize it and stuff. NPC data out of a database too. Yeah, like it depends how dynamic you want. It depends how, if it's just, let's say, like a skin, so it's just looking different with a different name and stuff, then you could just have it purely as like something that you pull out of a database or download from online. If it needs to, it needs behaviors and quests and all that stuff, you'd need some kind of, and you didn't want to actually code that in, you'd have to do some kind of scripting engine thing. Okay. Stamina. Attribute range. Stamina. So if you only load one NPC on a map, you don't need all 500 NPCs, you only need one data at any given time. So the server could retrieve that one NPC as opposed to sending all the data. For every, you mean 500 instances of the same NPC, you mean? Yeah, I mean, if it's an MMO, you would still need to monitor all 500 instances somehow. To make them appear on multiple computers. But yeah, if you've got the same kind of core prefab data and then you want to instance that on the person's machine, that's a good way to do it. The map on it, but the map you're loading only contains 1 or 2. Yeah, so if you're not simulating outside of your map, yeah. You'd do something similar to that even on a normal offline game as well. So, you know, you need to basically just simulate what you need to simulate off screen and no more, because that can eat up a lot of time. Some games have specific simulation modes, so an NPC would go into like a simulation mode if it was far away in the game world. But you still need to tick it sometimes because, you know, it might be involved in a quest or whatever, and he needs to actually tick to make sure that he's on track with the quest. But you don't want to like go through his animation routines or anything, because he's not even on screen, or he won't be on screen for ages. Downloading all the data at once. Yeah, I wonder what different MMOs probably handle it differently. You would think that the core data would be on your computer, and the only thing that's sent over the network is the absolute necessary bits of communication. And if you move to a new map, you might do a big download there. Yeah. So you want to do, yeah, like a one-time download to get everything you need right at the beginning of the game, you mean? Or beginning of the world. If it's like... That's why MMOs are so complicated to build, aren't they? Like, I would imagine if I was to build an MMO, I would probably have everything on the computer. When you downloaded the game, everything's on the computer that you need. All the data is there that you need. and then the network bits, you just send what you need to send to sync with the server. Rather than, I don't think I would stream it, because the weak point in the MMO's technological architecture or infrastructure is the network, isn't it? That's where things can go wrong. So you just want to keep all that to an absolute minimum, I would say. People have huge hard drives, so it could take a 50 gig, 100 gig download. They do all the time. But lots and lots of people have unstable internet connections. Yeah. So you say the database method, that's like they have a central database on the cloud and you just download what you want from it. Is that what you mean? Rather than download absolutely everything onto your computer. Yeah. But then they could chunk that up still, couldn't they? They could say like, okay, well, they're going to go here. So they'll give you absolutely everything that you need for there, rather than constantly streaming it in. Yeah. Thing is, you think WoW would know the best. They would be the best because they've been doing it the longest. Or one of the biggest games to be doing it the longest anyway. So maybe what they do is good. All right. So what we want to do is we want something here now. We want a T. So we're going to tick it once a second. And then we'll do stamina dot change dot set. So we'll get the stamina. Yeah, I reckon they might do some kind of hybrid where they give you as much data as they can for what they think you're going to play. I mean, I don't know. It depends, doesn't it? It depends. I don't play WoW, so I can't really say how it works, really. But the bottom line is that they would need to limit their internet traffic, because that's the thing that costs them money. It could get cached. It could be like you'll download it if it's not there. If it is there, you don't download it. Maybe that's what they would do. So you slowly build up a cache of the entire thing on your game, on your computer. Yeah. So yeah. Interesting. So that'll just tick the stamina at 1 unit a second. Let's see what that looks like. I only want to do that if it's not changing though. Actually, we want to also... Do you have get current? What is it? Controller. Get current battery. Battery as well. Yeah, I don't think it would do that. I don't think it would give you like, yeah, multiple. Depends how long does it take to change maps. Okay, that's interesting. That doesn't return a reference. No, I didn't turn a reference. Specifically said not. We've put const there, which means we really did mean to not return a reference. Alright, well, we'll make it return a reference. Can't return a reference directly. It has to return opt_ref. Okay, you think they're loading all the time? Because if it was a gigabyte, that'd be a really long loading time, wouldn't it? If it was trying to download it off the internet. Yeah, once it's cached, it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, it probably does a little call like as a checksum, doesn't, or something. I need to go into this level. My checksum for this level is this. What's your checksum for that level? And if they're the same, it doesn't need to re-download it again. If they're different, it needs to actually re-download it. Okay, so where is... Doesn't want to rebuild this. Yeah, it might be. They might do that. I bet they've thought about it hard. I bet they have a lot of data, and they might be like, let's just give it all to them. And it actually uses less bandwidth than have them stream it, because people are always, I don't know, flushing the cache of their cached levels or something. I don't know. Yeah. Download it all up front. Most games are download it all up front, aren't there, I think. You know, you get into problems with streaming, obviously. You get into problems with what person's really, really enjoying the game, and then the internet, not saying cuts out, but might drop, and all of a sudden it's really painful for them to actually continue moving through the game because they have an unstable internet connection, because they have to keep streaming all this new data. And from a usability point of view, it's just better for them to have it all on the computer. And maybe, you know, they would value the user experience very highly because they're paying their monthly subscription. Okay, so I've done this wrong actually. I think that goes down all the way down there. You might want to actually separate the rendering out as well. Rendering an attribute bar out, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, streaming big large files isn't good. Okay. So this get current battery. It's just battery get target scale. Yeah, that's it. That's it. We need all of it. This is pretty nasty code anyway. Yeah. You have to remember as well, it's already sending there's a lot of network traffic just playing the game in general. syncing the game with the server. So it's extra on top, isn't it, to start streaming the actual like level data or whatever as well. So as long as this builds, we can test it now. So this is the recharge stamina ticker. So basically once a second, we're just going to add one back to the stamina and one back to the current battery. So there we go, it's going back up. They've still run out very quick. So we'll say not every 1 second, we'll say every 1/10 of a second. I would say from a stability point of view and a user experience point of view, makes sense to get all the data up front, as much on your computer as possible, and send the minimum amount of network data as possible. And they will care a lot about the user experience because it's a monthly subscription, or it always has been. It might not be now. Microsoft have it. I'm not sure. I guarantee it's whatever they do is incredibly clever. So, they probably have the best programmers in the world, multiplayer programmers, MMO programmers in the world working there. So if you keep hammering it, it goes down. And then it does recharge over time. That's brill, that's mint. We only, I think, want to do this if the stamina bar is not moving though. Return. I think they have actually, you know. I think there's a thing in the last week or two where they've put some World of Warcraft on Game Pass. I think that's a thing. Remember rightly. Well, the thing about Microsoft is they seem to be putting everything into Game Pass, don't they? It would be a big get. People would start subbing to Game Pass instead of World of Warcraft. And that's what they want. It does look pretty naff now. If they could take all those $14.99 a month subscribers for World of Warcraft and get them to subscribe to Game Pass instead. They would love that, I'm sure. Because the goal doesn't seem to be about making money. It seems to be about getting Game Pass subscriber numbers. Because Microsoft's such a big company, they can afford to lose a lot of money on Game Pass to try and get people in paying. And then, like with all these companies, they like tighten the screws and start getting more and more money out of people over the next 20 years. They'll do that. So if they could get all them World of Warcraft subscribers to stop subscribing to World of Warcraft and start subscribing to Game Pass, maybe that's their thing. Turtle wow. What's turtle wow? Not heard of that. All right. Okay. Cool. Microsoft allow that? Yeah. So it's not ever changing, which is weird. So when we do work, it's in the attribute controller though. Do work. What are we actually doing? We're decreasing something over time. Free download. So is this using it? Have made their own tech for this? Or is this using actually the Blizzard's, like the actual World of Warcraft tech? I wonder how they actually pay for it, because running an MMO is very expensive. You're downloading it now, nice one. So when we call decrease, and then when we come and actually, where are we? Tick this ticker now. It's apparently not changing. It's not changing. Oh, it's the battery. The batteries. Not the stamina attribute. If not, I'm going to say if battery is changing, we'll immediately get out of there. Yeah, before they close it down, yeah. Yeah, it's cool that, like, the thing is, like, because Bethesda's also Microsoft, isn't there? And they're letting that Sky Oblivion thing happen. So maybe they'll let it happen. There we go. What this means is if we just hammer on attack, his stamina will run out eventually. And it will recharge over time. I'm not really bothered about the balance. I just want the system in there. Because we're not even going to have a sword in the real game. He's quite hard. There we go, he's dead. Did deplete like almost all my HP though. I've only got 10 HP left. Okay, I'm just going to now check that in. And look at my notes, wherever they are. Rechargeable stamina done. So working on eliminating these dynamic allocations. We were doing actually another thing as well, which is redo world item system, which we've kind of halfway done. So we might actually do that. I'm going to make a cup of coffee first, and then we'll get on with that. 24/7, yeah, God. Alright, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Back in 2 minutes. Back. Massive cup of coffee. So we're going to work on the world item system, which is nothing to do with combat for the first time in 20 streams. That's 100. The stream's about 5 hours long. So that's 100 hours of code in combat. Just finished. Which is mental. But we have combat in the game, or at least the start of it. We have hooks for everything from status effects to rechargeable attribute bars, different attacks, animation routines, all sorts of good stuff. Behavior trees. So I'm thinking when we revisit combat, which will probably be in a year's time or more, we have no idea how it works. But once we familiarise ourselves with how it works, we could build a really good game combat out of that system. But now, I want to work on the world item system. So the world item system is when you want anything to go out into the world to be interactable, you can use the world item system. So once I kill the creature in combat, for instance, he generates loot that the player can pick up. And that is a world item. The loot is a world item object. And it goes out into the world. It has a region in the world that the player can walk over. And it's like, oh, there's a loot bag here. Now that's the bit we've implemented. There's another part of the world item system. So there's an old world item system which isn't very good, which is what I'm wanting to port over to this new one. And that does stuff like that. Planting seeds in the ground, picking them, growing them into vegetables and picking them and things. And also stuff like making sprites interactable. That uses the world item system. So it is a bit of a complicated system I'm going to have to port over, which I did months ago, so I have no idea how it works. We'll find out. Alright. The last thing I actually wanted to do... So this is to do with... This is still combat stuff. This is not to do with attributes. This is to do with the world item system. See, the world item controller gets the world item controller, adds an item into the world and disables it. And then the after death event of fires, which is when the enemy is finished dying, played all his animations and sound effects or whatever he wants to do, cutscenes. We can re-enable this world item. And that's the loot bag, so we can go and pick it up. However, it's not an attribute thing, it's a world item thing, so it needs to go in the world item controller. So we'll start with that. So I'll just put this over here. Now there's only one world item controller in the entire game, which is lovely, because it means it never gets moved in memory. Which I absolutely like, because I don't have to worry about things going out of memory. For instance, I don't need this ID. I can just remove that. We can just have this there and this there. If the playable character is the source entity, so I think that's literally it. We don't need the world item controller. This is just add item and disable item. And this is just enable item. Let's just see if this actually builds first. Nope, absolutely not. Oh, why can't it build? Combat stats controller. It doesn't know about the combat stats controller. We'll put that in. Try that again. So as long as this still works, the behavior is the same, which it should be. That's that little change done. So all we're looking for here is to be able to kill the creature, the Spidey creature, and then a loot bag to appear. What's interesting is we weren't getting HP bars there. There we go. So we got one pumpkin out of that battle. Right, good. That's fine with that. Okay, so the world item. Right, we have a thing in game state called world item. And this is kind of what I want to remove. It's a bit of a mishmash of stuff with, like, it can give it HP. Gives you experience, all that stuff. So let's just do a quick scan of all this stuff, what we're using world item for. Intersect tracked item in world, and that gives the world item back. So this is to do with picking, setting the target for picking. Picking things out of the ground, I think. And see all this stuff that refers to the world item. Yeah, it's pretty absolute. It's pretty enormous, you know. So this is just, we need a world item given a location. Which is a game region. Intersect. So the ground controller intersects a tracked item in the world. So the ground items we find the world item based on the ground item. So what is a ground item? Oh, right, okay. That's cool. So they've not built their own engine or anything. It's not like a reimagining. They've just basically gotten into the XE. Cool. Okay, so the ground item has the evolution trees in it. The question is, do we actually want to make that a world item as well? Let me have a world item. With the same ID. Okay. So I assume so what's this? This is the Ground Shock Master thing, which the Ground Shock Master is the piece of technology that the guy uses to create tilled soft land. It's tilled ground soft, whatever that is. Can anybody stop them doing it? Don't know if there's any DRM or anything in there. You know, Microsoft could definitely sue them if they wanted to. It depends if they want to. There's a lot of PR, isn't there, behind all this stuff. Like, if they don't want to give... They've just bought World of Warcraft. They don't want to go around shutting down fan-made World of Warcraft things for PR purposes. So let's go to a different room. Let's go to planting. So find or create tilled item soft. So it's going to create a world item that we're going to knock off HP. So it's a grass category. It's got 5 sprites in it. Ah, right, okay. So this is how we figure out. This is how we figure out what to render and not render. It's got HP and it gives experience. Oops. So you've got this thing called create world item. I just want to know how the sprites end up in there. How do the sprites end up in there? Yeah, one email from Blizzard. It seems pretty pro, doesn't it, for like to have not had permission. So world items are empty. So how does this work? So it goes find intersecting sprites from that region. Hey, alright. Yeah, good time. What's this? Analyze with Copilot. Oh no, thank you. Okay. So we could make one. We could make world item type. So world item loot bag. Item sprite. Group. So we kind of need an on-enter, don't we? World item storage. What was I saying? I was saying, did you catch me say because Microsoft have just bought Blizzard, I was talking about goodwill. Because Microsoft have just bought Blizzard, they don't want to go around shutting down all the fan-made projects because that would make them seem like the bad guy. So they might. And I also said that this fan project seems pretty well put together, so I wonder if they have had some kind of permission to do it. Maybe. Ooh, why does that put that there? Well, that's weird why I put it there. Maybe it was me, I don't know. On enter. So we need to call these on enters. We've got this thing called world item controller add item with an ID. So we're going to have something called, so what does that create? A world item storage. We're going to have something called void after add item. World item storage item. And this is just going to call after add item items index, and then this is the auto result after add item items result return result, and this is just going to go through and we're just going to go using T standard KT decal type X. If auto data equals item, to pass the item as well. Item data, try unwrap T. Data on enter. Item, like that. We will need a concept. On enter. Okay, right then, so we have an on enter for this sprite group. Let's just see if we get here. All right, nice one. How is it? Oh, that's why it messed up the IntelliSense messed up there. All right. So we just need to, so on enter is just going to go through and create a list of all of these sprites that are in the region. So this is actually in the world item itself, look. So we do this. So it's sprite states. We want an array of sprite states. I'm alright, thank you. Yeah, great. I'll just move this down here like this. So this, it gets the sprite states which have HP and property in them. So where is sprite state? It's in something called sprite states.h. So we'll include that. And then we'll have an array of them. Sprites. And then all on enter can do is basically, so we want a specific category as well. So we actually need the category, which is eSprite category. Just do ID category. Move that into the source file as well. Bossy, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Voice actors. It's quite old, isn't it? I wonder how old is Vanilla Warcraft? Hope you're alright, Bossy. Hope you had a good weekend. Working on finally off combat. Finally. So I was working it out. We did 20 combat streams. They're 5 hours each, these streams. 5 to 6 hours. So that's like 100 hours of combat programming. Finally off it. Working on a new thing. Well, not quite a new thing. We're rebuilding an old system. Alright, nice one. Believe it or not, my 5-year-old, we have a pull-up bike and hang out off a door frame, and she absolutely loves to do that. She just hangs, pulls herself up, flips over, does all sorts of cool stuff. Woot Dragon, awesome. Woot Dragon's playing some fan-made World of Warcraft. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're gonna get blisters doing that. Yeah, we've got one that you hang on a door frame. It's really good. And it's got foam across it, so it's comfortable. As comfortable as you could get it anyway. eSprite category, that's also in sprite states, so we can do this. So the region, oh, that's not there. here is this is the storage region. Yeah, foam pipes. Yeah, that's what we have here. Yeah. You all right? Yeah, nice one. Doing dead hangs. I imagine to do any pull-ups, anything like that. That's hard work. Sprites. So what's the problem here? C. What's the problem? Cannot convert to LM. From LM to LM right hand side. That's confusing. That's a confusing error there. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, nice one. That builds like that. Can't add one of them in though. Find intersecting sprites. That is a strange error. Alright, cool man, Woot Dragon. Oh, I know why. So we've got one called Sprite State and one called Sprite State. That's terrible. Okay. So now we're trying to add one of these in. So where were we doing that? It was here. Final create world item. ID category region. So this is find or create world item. So the world item controller, we kind of like what we actually want to do really is get world item controller. Add item. So how is it generating the ID? That's what I would like to know. Basing on the item type. Oh, it's on the region. So it's finding it based on the region. So room and bounds are the same. Okay. Do I do pull-ups? Not really, no. My wife is into it. I have done it occasionally. My daughter loves it. She sees it more as a climbing frame. But no, not really. It's my wife's pull-up bar. My daughter hijacked. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to do find or create. We want to add item at. Really? Or we could generate an ID out of the region, couldn't we? So what is impact target there? Yeah, I'm not sure this is a great way to do this. Because what happens if we want 2 world items in the same place? How many can she do? I'm not sure how many my wife can do. My daughter's a little athletic thing, so she can do like, I don't know, loads. Probably, I don't know, like in the teens, I would say, for a 5-year-old. But she doesn't weigh very much. Her body mass to body strength ratio is pretty decent. How many can you do? So we need to create basically an ID out of this and the region, you know, rather than just the region. Well, how would this actually work though? Because you can put items into the world. as well. So maybe each has an array of data on it. You know, world item storage could have a bunch of data. And the ID could be based on the region. Maybe that's a better way to do it. And then we could have different types of item in the same place. Oh, nice one. Yeah, that's good though. Fingertips, definitely. I don't think I could do that. I could probably do 2 or something. Yeah, I wonder if we change the way this works a little bit. So this is an array. This would be an array of world item storage. All items. And then you create it, and then you add an item to it. Like that. I try with programming. Alright, so you're thinking about programming at the same time. Yeah. Need to let yourself recover. Yeah, it will be, yeah. You do yourself an injury. So we do that, and we don't actually pass the item in, which is nice. An ID can be BM hash, what was it, hash 64 region bounds region room, like that. I wonder if that is nicer. It stops these guys being templates, which is great. Yeah. Hopefully, yeah. Too old for you. It's quite a bit of history though, isn't it? Vanilla Warcraft. World of Warcraft. It's gaming history. Alright, so items.inplace ID region. items result item standard move item like that now. Whoops, what did I do there? So we need to be able to find this on a game region as well. She's just returned ID is equal to #64 region bounds, region room. So we're going to go. It's basically this again. Basically this again, except the ID is the index of the region, like that. And now after add item, we want the item index. Index. So it's item, items index data, I think. Say if item to items get count is greater than or equal to index, return no, index is greater than or equal to items get count, return. Right, see if that builds. We'll see how far we are away. Okay. Get all these compilers out of the way. Okay, so we've got the problem. One of the things is we've got these are called items, and they contain things called items Could call this. So this is an array of world item storage. It's an array of itself. This is an array of world item data, I think, actually. We might just rename this. We'll rename this one storage. Storage items. I think this is storage item. Storage items. We'll rename it, we'll just say storage. And this is for auto item storage items now. This is storage. Storage. Storage items even. Or auto item storage items there as well. See if that builds. Need modern, yes, definitely. So this is all called storage items. Okay, so this is world item data. So I actually think item data, that's just item try and wrap. Okay. So this is actually, we need to pass in storage there. On there. And there. It's an index there. There's no such thing as data. Storage is undefined. So this storage. This is storage. This is storage. Yeah, this error list is getting smaller now. Okay. So this, all this, it's storage items. So, okay. Do we want auto? So this is the result, really. We want also item index. And this is item index. This is item index. What I might actually do is I might do a world item get a world item ID. So it would be something like U64 get world item const game region, which just returns the hash of region bounds region room. We can use this for all of the stuff now. So this is just Get world item ID region. This is get world item ID region. And then this is return add item. Get world item ID region. Standard move item region. Like that. Okay. And let's just return. Let's just see then. So what's this? This is the loot bag stuff is the only thing that uses this at the moment. And that's in the in this world item controller here actually. So here and here. So what it means is we can have a world item that's based on the region in space, and you can add multiple things to it. Multiple different types of item can get put into this region of space essentially. And then we can also have the same region of space with a different ID for like different kind of context. For instance, this loot bag one. Okay, world item sprite group. It's just default. I think that'll be fine. So maybe this could be called world item region. That might be a better name for it. And we put stuff into it. We've put stuff into the region. I mean, storage is also a good name. We're storing world items in there. So I might call this item store. Didn't work. Item store. Whoops. So now this is called an item store. And you store items in it, as the name suggests. Hey KSI, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Welcome back. Hope you had a good weekend. Working finally off combat. We're in a little bit more of systemsy land now, rather than gameplay. Working on so you have these things called world items, and they are things that you can mark regions in space in the game world, and you can put stuff in there. So for instance, in the combat situation, you killed the enemy and it generates a loot bag, and that loot bag occupies a region around the enemy where the player walks into it. There's a loot bag there. So we're building out that system really. There was another world item system in the game, but it wasn't very good, or in the engine. So we're redoing it in this way to make it a little bit more flexible. Oh, nice one. I'm glad you're doing well with it. Self-taught through YouTube. Brilliant. Yeah, that's great. Really good. Yeah, and the stuff you're learning with Python as well, loads of it It applies to every language. So you get really quite fluent in Python, and then you want to go and learn something else. You'd be able to recognize a lot of things, and it'll take you a lot less time to learn a second language. Right, let's test this out then. We have more breakpoints. We've got quite a few. So that didn't get built, which is not great. Because that breakpoint, was never going to fire. That one we want to listen to. That one we want to listen to. I don't think we're bothered about those at the moment. So this is to do with killing the enemy. So this is generating the loot bag after killing the enemy. We'll just change the way that this works. So let's just check it still works. Let's go and find this enemy now. He's over there. So what's interesting is there's not knocking HP off there. That's kind of a bug. We'll fix that. Okay, so we're about to add this item in. Get through all this stuff. Okay, so the item store has nothing in it. So I'm going to place one at that region with that ID. Reallocate some strings. Alright. And then we're going to add an item into that region. The item being the loot bag item. And then after add item, so the storage has got one item in it now called a world item loot bag with that ID. There is no enter defined for that though. All right, yeah. Don't want to do stuff like that. Yeah, you need to spend loads of times on the foundations of programming. You know, what is an int? What is an int? Does Python have types? I'm not sure Python has types. Or it's weakly typed. But like, what is an int? How big is it on the system? How does the computer add two ints together? I spend a lot of time on that. An integer, yeah. So in the language, what is an integer? What is it? Like in C++, it's 4 bytes of memory. At least on modern computers. A whole number, yeah. A whole number. And it has a range. What is the maximum range? What is the minimum range? Is it signed? Is it not signed? What happens if you add two maximum ints together? What actually happens? How does Python handle that? All these kind of fundamentals. And then write some code to... So if it overflows your integer, I'm not sure how Python would handle that. In C++, if you add two integers together and it's going to overflow, meaning the result is going to be bigger than the maximum integer. You can write a little program to detect that and stop that. All these fundamental things. The Python might do that itself. It might tell you that you've overflowed the integer. Not sure. Like for instance, yeah. Like as an example, say the maximum size of integer was 500. What happens if you add 300 and 300 together? Because the answer is 600, but it can't be that because the computer can only hold up to 500. There's all these things. Yeah, if you start like on the real like fundamental stuff about type, like if you pick and type, I'm not sure about Python because I don't have enough experience, but with C++ it's strongly typed, meaning everything has a type, and the types have limits, and they have attributes themselves and properties, and you need to learn all about that. Whereas I think loads of programming books might just skip over all that stuff. And I think you should really learn all that stuff. If I was to teach a programming course, I would literally start with like, what is a bit? You know what I mean? What is a bit? And then build up from there. What is 8 bits? Because an integer is 4 bytes, which is 32 bits. But if you don't know what a bit is, it doesn't make sense, so... So we disable this. So we're just going to find the storage out of the item and then set it to be disabled. So enabled will work as well because it's exactly the same code, pretty much. Awesome. So I think we're fine. So now we have this world item region, which we're not drawing, but when I go into the region, it says there's a loot bag there. Well, it says loot bag hot, because that's just my debug output to say that we're on top of it. Hot means we're on top of it. And then if I press a button, we get the loot bag. Take everything out of it, and then the loot bag disappears. So that world item's gone now. Oh, here's a thing. Actually, remove self might be different now. That's the thing that removes the world item out of the world. So remove self needs to actually pass in who calls this? It's called here. It only wants to remove the loot bag. Scam purposely hard. I would say don't pay for anything, apart from if it's a book. Don't pay for anything to learn to program. You don't need to. If anybody's offering money, if everyone's saying pay for my course, just don't. There's so much awesome free stuff out there. Okay. So we can't do remove self unless we pass this to it. But then how do we compare? So what remove self does is it just removes that entire item at the end of the frame. We don't want to do that. We want to remove the person who called remove self. Yeah. And YouTube's nice because it's video format, and I think that is kind of easier to casually consume than reading a textbook. So you can just lie on the sofa and watch, which is nice. So how would we do this? It does have an ID. We could say they've all got to have IDs. So we could say remove self item ID. We could rename this actually. To just remove item. Item ID. And then we're going to go get items. If auto, so that get items, it doesn't make sense actually because it's storage now. Get item store, it should be called. Bro code mosh. Alright, I've not really looked into coding tutorials on YouTube. I'm not sure. I've not heard of those guys, but I imagine they're good. If you're getting something out of it, then that's great, isn't it? So that's the store, really. If auto store item store.find this ID, I'm going to go store item. Store item items value remove item ID. If store item items count 0, so there's no items left, we just do store dot value remove store item like that. I think that's the way it has to work now. I've watched a guy called The Churner. I don't know if he does tutorials, but he makes good videos about C++. And there's a guy that I watch called, let's find him. Called Creel, he's called. So this guy's good. He's advanced though, so it's advanced stuff, but he's really good. If anybody out there wants to know about a bit more about advanced programming stuff, Creel. Remove item ID. Okay. So it cannot world item data does have it on item. Item storage, world item data. Right, okay. So this is a little bit more complicated. I think actually, so we could put the ID could make something called world item data and put the ID in there. And then these things wouldn't necessarily does mean they need a new ID. Does mean that every one of these that we need to make needs to have an ID for this to work. Which we could. I mean, that could be fine. Which means we've got to go through each of these now. And we've got to cast it, go through each of the items. And then for each of the items, we've got to go for each of the items, we've got to go to for each of the items, for each of the world items as well. I mean, you've got to check the ID there. The alternative is we could return a Boolean if we want to get removed. But then we're actually removing it not just on tick, we're removing it here on game event as well. Okay. It just means we have to go for auto item in items, store item, items. Yeah, that's right, yeah. And it's so big as well, you might be just really good at certain type of coding. Like I'm alright at doing engines and stuff, but then when people talk about full stack web development and all that, I'm so far behind. No idea what they're talking about, really. And then we gotta go. This is a loop inside a loop. Inside a loop. This is the only way to really do it, though. Standard decay T. If item try its type. If auto data equals item try unwrap T. So that can actually go here. If data is equal, if data ID is equal to item ID, then we value remove it. Okay. Yeah, I like systems design, really. Yeah, I like coming up with big systems that are easy to use and extendable. That's where I get my thrill from it, rather than I like doing things fast. And so it's nice to sometimes spend a lot of time doing these huge optimizations, and I'll do that sometimes. But I more like systems design. It's more my thing. So a system that works nicely and is easy to use is like come up with a nice design. I like that. Okay, so this is even more complicated, unfortunately. It's only going to be one with the same ID. So we're going to do we're going to go auto store items equals store items. So this is just actually items. And for I in items, this has got to be items I, and this has got to be items dot remove I minus minus, like that. What's the problem here? It's almost like it hasn't compiled it. Oh, we're on a different error. Cannot convert argument 2 from const t. Where are we here? Until I'm tired today. Okay, so where is this coming from? World item data. So we're doing another comparison. Pretty sure that isn't the same error. It seems to be. It's going to the problem details. That isn't it. Isn't doing the comparison there anymore though. I don't get it really because it's pointing me to code that's turned off now. Line 89 is not real code, man. Just turn all of this off. Oh, hang on. Not quite there. There. That's fine. That's fine. So let's just bring these up to here now. So that's what it doesn't like. I wonder if we've just missed out a bracket here. Alright, let's get this bracketing done properly. I'm not sure. So that's just comparing two integers there. Oh, I know what it is. Ugh. Look at today. Obviously, C++'s compiler is not helping me out there. Still don't like it. What is going on here? So you can't apparently remove by world item storage. Oh, because we just don't have a comparator for itself. That's why. All right. Now then, let's see if we can just put all that back in. Well, that was a bit more complicated than I wanted it to be. Anyway. Gonna have to head off in 5 minutes. Didn't get a whole lot done today, but I'm absolutely knackered. So my coding brain's not really on today. Let's just go and test this. Did finish combat though, so I'm pleased about that. So I just want to kill this guy. So we're having a problem there where the couple of hits at the beginning aren't happening for some reason. Alright, so if we take it all, so this is where I want to call remove ID and see if this actually works. So we've got to remove ourselves. Oh, and we get an index out of bounds error. Okay. I think so. We'll do this to solve this problem. That's gonna have to go up there like that. To be fair, well, are there going to be any items with the same ID? There shouldn't be. This will remove all of them with that ID. So we'll just pretend that we can have multiple items with the same ID. That might happen. Shouldn't happen. Might happen. Otherwise, we could just break here. But I do want to clear up everything with the same ID. Even though we should only have one item, all items should have unique IDs. Might get into a situation where they don't. Alright, let's kill this guy. Okay. So he's going to come down again now, but there's no items in there. Awesome. There we go. So all this means, the only real dependency we've got is that all of these need an ID to work. If you don't have an ID, so if you do something like struct world item foo, it should be a compile error. It just depends what C++ does. Compile error it gives us. ID is not a member of world item foo. Well, that's a great compile error. I'm happy with that. because that's exactly what the problem was, which is great. All right, so the last thing I want to do is just test out this sprite group thing. That was in the entity state types here. So this would be get world item controller. No, world item controller, not world map controller. Add item. And it's going to be world item sprite group. The ID for the sprite group, I don't know, let's put 10 for now. And it's going to be grass. And the region is the impact target. So the ID, we do need an ID. So maybe we pass in the actual region. And we actually store the region here. Like this. And the ID is get world item ID for the region. The region is the region. Category is the category. And rather than use the storage region, we'll just use the region that we get given. And then this can be impact target. Like that. And although we're passing impact target twice, I think that will be fine. So this happens when we want to strike the ground with the ground shockmaster. So we'll just temporarily include this for now. So this is how we did it in the old system. This is how we do it in the new system. We'll do it in both systems to begin with. And then we'll turn the old one off slowly. All right. So if we Alright, I'm going to call add item, and I'm going to add in this, whatever it is. We call after add item, which hopefully should call on enter on it. We should put in 4 sprites. It says 4 sprites, so we're going to put in 4 sprites. So this is like the sprite group that overlaps this region. Great. That's awesome. And that's all that this call was doing as well. Or it was setting some HP as well. Let's go back. So this actually sets some HP and stuff, because obviously the sprites have HP because they can get damaged. But this is where we're going to start next time. Right, I'm going to have to head off. It was a good stream. No, it wasn't. I was very tired in that stream. But anyway, I'll head off back tomorrow